castle stopped shaking. It happened all at once. The trembling that had run through stone and mortar for hours simply ceased, as though Hogwarts itself had been holding its breath and finally, carefully, exhaled. The last echo of a spell faded somewhere in the depths of the dungeons. Smoke still clung to the ancient walls, drifting through broken windows like ghosts uncertain where to go. Harry Potter stood in what remained of the entrance hall and felt the silence press against his ears. It wasn't truly silent. Somewhere above, stone still settled with quiet groans. Water dripped from a crack in the ceiling, each drop loud as a heartbeat. A suit of armor lay half buried in rubble near the house point hourglasses, one metal hand still gripping a sword it would never raise again. But the noise, the screaming, the explosions, the terrible sounds of battle had stopped, and the absence was almost worse than the cacophony had been. The sky beyond the shattered entrance doors was bruised with late light. Dusk settling over the grounds like a blanket, someone was trying to pull gently over a wounded thing. Purple and deep blue shot through with the last gold of a day that had lasted far too long. Harry wondered distantly what time it actually was. Morning felt like it had happened years ago. Harry, Ron's voice came from somewhere to his left, rough and small. Harry turned to see his best friend standing beside a broken column, his freckles stark against skin gone pale as parchment. There was soot on Ron's face, a long tear in his robes, and his eyes held the same stunned bewilderment Harry suspected his own did. "Yeah," Harry said, because what else was there to say? "I'm here. We're alive. It's over." Hermione appeared from the direction of the Great Hall, picking her way carefully through debris. Her hair was wilder than usual, full of dust and what might have been ash. She had a bleeding cut on her cheek that she hadn't noticed or didn't care about, and she was clutching a piece of parchment, like it was the only solid thing in the world. "McGonagall is doing a head count," she said, her voice determinedly steady in the way it got when she was refusing to fall apart. "She's asked everyone to gather in the Great Hall if they can walk. Madame Pomfrey is setting up in what's left of the Transfiguration classroom for anyone who can't." Harry nodded. The information felt important, something to hold on to. Tasks, organization, things that needed doing. They moved together toward the Great Hall, their footsteps crunching on broken stone. The castle felt wrong around them. Familiar corridors rendered strange by damage, by the quality of light filtering through smoke, by the absence of the usual sounds. No students rushing between classes, no portraits chattering, no ghosts drifting past with friendly greetings. The Great Hall had been transformed. The 4 house tables had been shoved against the walls, some of them splintered and charred. In their place, blankets covered the floor in patches of color, some conjured, some transfigured, some that looked like they'd been pulled from dormitory beds. People sat or lay on them in small clusters, students with torn robes and hollow eyes, teachers with their hands still trembling from spellcasting. A few Hogwarts ghosts drifted near the walls, more solid than Harry had ever seen them, their usual cheerful translucence replaced by something somber and watchful. Professor McGonagall stood at the center of it all. She looked, Harry thought, like she'd aged a decade in a day. Her hair had come partly free of its usual tight bun, silver strands falling around a face lined with exhaustion and something that might have been grief held carefully in check. Her robes were torn at the shoulder, and there was a bruise darkening along her jaw. But her spine was straight, her wand steady in her hand, and her voice, when she spoke, carried the same crisp authority it always had. 3rd years, check in with Mr. Clearwater. 4th years and above, if you're able-bodied, I need you helping to clear the corridors. Watch for unstable floors and ceilings. Do not attempt to move any large debris alone. Use levitation charms and work in pairs. A Hufflepuff, 7th year Harry recognized but couldn't name, nodded and moved off, gathering students as she went. McGonagall's eyes swept the hall, cataloguing, calculating. When her gaze landed on Harry, something shifted in her expression. Not quite relief, not quite recognition, but an acknowledgement of sorts. She crossed to them in 3 brisk strides. Potter, Weasley, Granger. Her voice was softer than Harry expected. You're unhurt. We're fine, Professor, Hermione said quickly. McGonagall's lips thinned. Her eyes said she knew better than to believe that anyone here was fine. But she nodded. Good. Then I need your help. The wards around the castle are in shambles, half of them broken entirely, the other half responding erratically. I need to know which sections are safe for students and which need to be cordoned off until we can effect proper repairs. It was so blessedly normal, McGonagall giving them an assignment, that Harry felt something in his chest loosen slightly. We can do that, he said. Take these. McGonagall conjured 3 strips of red fabric from her wand. Tie them across any corridor or stairway that's unsafe. And Potter. She paused, and for just a moment, the careful control slipped. Be careful. The castle has been through a trauma. Old magic can be unpredictable when wounded. They took the fabric and moved back into the corridors. The work was oddly meditative. Walk a passage, checking for cracks in the floor, for ceilings that sagged dangerously, for windows broken badly enough to let in rain. Tie the red fabric when needed. Move on. It gave Harry something to do with his hands, somewhere to put his attention that wasn't the growing list of faces he hadn't seen yet. They found the first anomaly on the 3rd floor. A window had been completely shattered, probably by a curse. Shards of glass still glittered on the stone floor like scattered stars, but across the empty frame, sealing it from the evening wind, was a shimmering barrier of magic. Not fresh, exactly, but not old either. The wards pulsed with a soft golden light, and when Harry reached out tentatively, he felt warmth radiating from them. That's not standard castle protection, Hermione said slowly, moving closer to examine it. The permanent wards on Hogwarts are integrated into the stones themselves. You can't see them like this. Someone must have cast it, Ron offered. Maybe one of the teachers, securing the broken bits? But Hermione was shaking her head, her fingers hovering just above the magical barrier. It doesn't feel like a human cast ward. The signature is wrong. It's more ancient, layered. Harry frowned, reaching out with his own magical sense. She was right. The ward didn't feel like any protective spell he'd encountered. It felt older, deeper, like it had been sleeping in the stones and had only just woken up. They moved on, but Harry found himself paying closer attention. In a corridor near the Ravenclaw Tower, they found another sealed window. In a passage that had partially collapsed, warm air drifted up from below when the evening should have made the stones cold. On the moving staircases, those that were still intact, Harry noticed they seemed to be directing foot traffic carefully. swinging into place to guide students away from damaged areas, then moving again before anyone could climb toward danger. And in every part of the castle where people had gathered, where students sat in shocked clusters, or where teachers worked to clear rubble, candles appeared. Not conjured ones. Harry could tell the difference. These simply were, sitting in old iron sconces that had been empty for years, their flames steady and warm. And if someone nearby was shaking, from cold or shock or grief, the candles seemed to burn a little brighter, throwing warmth like a gentle hand on a shoulder. By the time they returned to the great hall, the sun had fully set. The enchanted ceiling showed a deep twilight sky, stars beginning to emerge. Someone had managed to conjure more blankets. House elves had appeared from somewhere, moving silently between groups with trays of simple food. Bread, cheese, cups of weak tea that nonetheless tasted like the first good thing Harry had consumed in days. McGonagall was still at the center of it all, coordinating. But Harry noticed the way her eyes would sometimes drift to the candles, the way her expression would tighten with something that wasn't quite confusion. Minerva. Professor Flitwick approached, looking small and tired. There was a bandage around his head, and he leaned heavily on his wand like a walking stick. The house elves say they didn't light the candles in the corridors. They insist they only set the ones here in the hall. McGonagall's jaw tightened. I thought as much. I didn't cast them either, and I can't imagine any of the staff had time for such thoroughness. Could it be residual magic from the battle? Flitwick asked. Spells sometimes linger. Not like this. McGonagall's voice was quiet, almost wondering. Phileas, I've been in this castle for over 50 years. I know its moods, its quirks. This is something else. Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione. Around them, the great hall had settled into an exhausted quiet. Students curled under blankets, some sleeping, some staring at nothing. The ghosts maintained their vigil near the walls. The house elves moved with unusual gentleness, ensuring everyone had what they needed, and the candles burned on, steady and warm. Outside, true night was falling. The bruised sky had deepened to black, and the first stars were fully visible now through the broken ceiling charms. Harry found himself near one of the tall windows, miraculously intact, and looked out over the grounds. The forbidden forest was a dark line against the horizon. The black lake reflected starlight like scattered diamonds, and Hogwarts itself, damaged and scarred, still stood, wounded but upright, broken but not fallen. A hand touched his shoulder. Hermione stood beside him, Ron just beyond her. They didn't speak. There wasn't anything to say that would fit the moment, the weight of it, the strange mixture of grief and relief and exhaustion. But as Harry stood there, looking out at the grounds, he felt something shift in the stones beneath his feet. Not a tremor, not danger, something more like recognition, like the castle was aware of them standing there, like Hogwarts was taking inventory of its own, counting who remained, noting who had been lost, and gathering the survivors close the way a mother might pull children near in the dark. The candle on the windowsill beside them flickered, then burned brighter. Harry didn't understand it. Not yet. But somewhere in the exhausted corners of his mind, a question was forming. What magic is this? And who cast it? In the great hall behind them, McGonagall was organizing sleeping arrangements. Students were being sorted by injury and need, the younger ones given the warmest corners, the most traumatized placed where teachers could keep watch. It was practical, efficient, the kind of thing Hogwarts had always done well, taking care of its students. But this felt different. This felt like the castle itself had joined the effort. "Tomorrow," Hermione said quietly, "we should investigate properly. Map which areas have these protections and which don't. Try to understand the pattern." Ron nodded slowly. "Yeah, tomorrow." But tonight, they would simply accept the warmth, the sealed windows keeping out the cold, the candles burning against the dark, the strange gentle magic that had appeared when they needed it most, like a gift from something that had been sleeping and had woken to find its people hurt. Harry turned away from the window and followed his friends back toward the center of the hall, where McGonagall was directing them toward blankets and rest. Around them, Hogwarts settled into the darkness of its first peaceful night, scarred, aching, but standing, always standing. And in the corridors, in the empty classrooms, in every corner where magic had seeped into stone over 1,000 years, something ancient and protective kept watch, the castle's own defenses, waking like a guardian after injury, choosing in its own way to help the living endure the night. The candles burned on. Morning came too early and too bright. Harry woke to pale sunlight streaming through the enchanted ceiling of the great hall, his neck stiff from sleeping on stone, barely softened by conjured blankets. Around him, others were stirring. Slow movements, quiet groans, the rustle of fabric as people remembered where they were and why. For one blissful moment between sleep and waking, Harry had forgotten. Then memory returned like cold water, and he sat up too quickly, his hand instinctively reaching for his wand. "Easy," Ron mumbled from beside him, his voice thick with sleep. "Nothing's happening. Just morning. Just morning." As though mornings were simple things now. Hermione was already awake, sitting cross-legged on her blanket with her bushy hair pulled back into a practical knot. She had the same piece of parchment from yesterday, now covered in neat columns of names. Her quill moved steadily as she wrote, and Harry could see the concentration in the set of her shoulders. The fierce focus she got when organizing information was the only thing keeping her from falling apart. "Head count," she said without looking up. "McGonagall asked me to help cross-reference. Students who are here for the battle, students who'd already gone home for the holiday, staff members, ghosts." Her voice cracked slightly on the last word, and she stopped writing for a moment before continuing. "We need to know who's accounted for." The Great Hall was already reorganizing itself around the day's necessities. House elves appeared with platters of breakfast, nothing elaborate, just bread and porridge and tea. But the smell of food made Harry's stomach clench with unexpected hunger. He couldn't remember the last time he'd eaten. Yesterday? The day before? Madame Pomfrey moved between clusters of students, her wand producing diagnostic charms in soft bursts of light. She looked like she hadn't slept at all, but her hands were steady as she tended to lingering injuries, setting bones, healing cuts, dispensing calming draughts to those whose hands still shook. Professor McGonagall stood near the staff table, deep in conversation with Kingsley Shacklebolt. The temporary Minister of Magic looked as exhausted as everyone else, his deep voice carrying across the hall in soothing tones as he coordinated with McGonagall about what came next. Auras, investigations, the Ministry's official response to what had happened here. But beneath the organization, beneath the practical tasks of mourning, Harry could feel the undercurrent of something else. Grief, yes. Shock, certainly. But also a strange, tentative awareness of survival. They had lived through the night. The sun had risen. Hogwarts still stood. Potter. Harry looked up to find Professor Sprout approaching, her usually cheerful face drawn with fatigue. There was dirt under her fingernails and what looked like dittany stains on her robes, but her eyes were kind. Professor McGonagall needs some of the older students to help with the ward survey, she said. You three did good work yesterday marking the unsafe areas. Today we need to understand what's actually functioning and what's not. She paused, lowering her voice. And we need to understand what's appeared that wasn't there before. So they'd all noticed it. The mysterious protections. Harry, Ron, and Hermione gathered what passed for breakfast and ate quickly, then joined the small group McGonagall had assembled near the entrance to the Great Hall. There were perhaps a dozen students, mostly seventh years from various houses, a few sixth years who looked capable. Hannah Abbott was there, her Hufflepuff scarf wrapped tight around her neck despite the warmth. Terry Boot from Ravenclaw. Ernie Macmillan, who kept glancing toward the doors as though expecting someone who wouldn't come. McGonagall's instructions were characteristically clear. We're dividing into groups. Each takes a section of the castle. Mark damaged areas as you did yesterday, but also, she hesitated, and Harry saw her exchange a glance with Flitwick. Also note any magical phenomena you can't explain. Wards that shouldn't be active, protections you don't recognize, temperature anomalies, anything unusual. The castle's been through trauma, Flitwick added, his high voice gentle. Magic can behave strangely under such circumstances. We need to know what we're dealing with. They dispersed in pairs and trios. Harry, Ron, and Hermione claimed the upper floors, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor territories, the astronomy tower, the higher corridors they knew best. The castle looked different in daylight. Yesterday's dusk had softened the damage somehow, made it dreamlike and distant. But morning sun was merciless. It showed every crack in the ancient stones, every scorch mark from curses, every place where portraits hung askew or had been blasted from their frames entirely. Suites of armor that had stood guard for centuries lay in pieces. Tapestries hung in tatters. Windows gaped like missing teeth. But it also showed the repairs. In the corridor outside the Ravenclaw common room, they found a section of wall that had partially collapsed during the battle. Harry remembered it. A Death Eater's curse had blown through the stone, sending rocks tumbling. But now, while the damage was still visible, the worst of the rubble had been cleared away and stacked neatly against the opposite wall. The jagged edges of the break had been smoothed somehow, made safe to pass. Who did this? Ron asked, running his hand along the repaired section. It's not reparo. You can still see it's broken, but it's managed. Hermione knelt, examining the base of the wall where stone met floor. Look at the dust pattern. No footprints. No sign that anyone stood here working, but the rubble has definitely been moved. They found similar signs throughout their section. A staircase with a missing step that now had a shimmering barrier across it. Not solid enough to walk on, but clear enough that no one would accidentally step into empty air. A classroom where the desks had been overturned and were now righted, pushed against the walls in neat rows, despite no one being assigned to that room. A stretch of corridor where broken glass had been swept into careful piles, waiting for someone to vanish them properly. And everywhere, those candles, burning in sconces, on window sills, in corners where darkness might gather, not conjured, just present. They were checking the passage near Gryffindor Tower when they heard voices, low, young, frightened. Harry rounded the corner to find a cluster of younger students huddled together. First and second years, mostly, though he spotted a few third years among them. They looked lost, standing in the middle of the corridor with their robes torn and their faces smudged with yesterday's fear. A small girl with Ravenclaw colours was crying quietly. Her friend, another first year with blonde braids, had an arm around her shoulders and was whispering something soothing. "Hey," Harry said gently, and they all startled, turning to face him with wide eyes. "Are you lot supposed to be somewhere?" The blonde girl squared her shoulders, trying for brave. "We're trying to get to the Great Hall for breakfast, but—" She gestured helplessly at the corridor ahead, where red fabric marked a dangerous section. "We can't remember another way. Everything looks different now." Everything was different now. The castle's familiar geography had been rendered strange by damage, by blocked passages, by stairways that no longer led where they used to. Hermione stepped forward, her voice sliding into the warm, patient tone she used for younger students. "It's all right. We'll show you a way round. Come on." They gathered the small group and led them carefully through alternative corridors, pointing out which passages to avoid, which staircases were still safe. The first years followed in a tight cluster, some holding hands, all of them looking around at the damaged castle with expressions that made Harry's chest ache. Nearly headless, Nick appeared as they walked, drifting down through the ceiling with his usual grace, despite the somber set of his partially severed head. "Ah, good morning, young ones," he said, and his voice held a gentleness Harry had rarely heard from the usually cheerful ghost. "Lost your way?" "We're helping them to the Great Hall, Sir Nicholas," Hermione said. "Very good, very good." Nick floated alongside them, and Harry noticed how the younger students seemed to take comfort from his presence, something familiar in a castle that felt foreign. "I've been making rounds myself, checking on the scattered souls. So many little ones separated from their houses yesterday, hiding in whatever corner felt safe. The Grey Lady found a pair of Hufflepuffs sleeping in a broom cupboard near the library. The Fat Lady has been quite worried about her Gryffindors." As if summoned by her name, the Fat Lady's portrait appeared around the next corner, her frame positioned where she could keep watch over the corridor to Gryffindor Tower. She looked unusually serious, her pink dress subdued of color, but when she saw the group of students, her expression softened. "There you are," she exclaimed, focusing on a small boy with Gryffindor colors. "Thomas Creevey, your brother was asking after you. He's in the hospital wing, dear, but he's quite all right." The boy's face crumpled with relief, and suddenly he was crying, great gulping sobs that he tried to muffle against his sleeve. The Fat Lady's eyes glistened, and she reached out as though she could pat his head through the canvas barrier. "There now," she murmured. "You're safe. You're all safe now." But her eyes, when she looked at Harry, said something different. They said, "Colin won't be asking after anyone. Dennis is all alone now." Harry had to look away. They delivered the students to the Great Hall, where Professor Sprout immediately took charge of them, directing them toward food and warmth with the brisk kindness that was her specialty. Then Harry, Ron, and Hermione returned to their survey, moving through the upper floors with renewed purpose. In the astronomy tower, they found something extraordinary. The tower had taken heavy damage, its instruments shattered, its careful charts burned, the telescope itself blown from its mounting. But the spiral staircase that wound up to it, which should have been completely impassable given the structural damage, was intact, more than intact. Each step glowed with a faint golden light, the same light as the window wards, the same warmth. Hermione sat on the bottom step, running her fingers over the stone. "This isn't a repair," she said slowly. "This is reinforcement. Something is holding these stairs together even though by all logic they should have collapsed." "The castle," Ron offered, sitting beside her. "Maybe. Probably." Hermione pulled out her wand and cast a diagnostic charm, watching the results shimmer in the air. "The magic signature is old, not ancient like the founders, but older than modern casting, and it's everywhere." She waved her hand at the staircase. "It's in the stones, Ron. It's part of Hogwarts itself." Harry climbed a few steps, testing them. They felt solid under his feet, warm even through his shoes. When he reached the curve where the stairs should have been weakest, he found another candle burning in a wall sconce. Its light fell across a patch of wall where someone had written in chalk, "7 years. Edmund is in hospital wing, but okay. Check in with McGonagall." Notes like that were appearing all over the castle. Messages scrawled on walls or doors, helping people find each other, spreading news of who was safe and where. Some were signed, others anonymous. But they were all gentle, all careful, all focused on gathering the scattered students back together. The living, finding the living. By midday, they'd covered most of their assigned section. Their list of anomalies was long: sealed windows, cleared rubble, reinforced passages, those persistent candles. But also stranger things. A Gryffindor bathroom, where the taps ran warm despite the boilers being damaged. A classroom where desks had arranged themselves in a circle, as though inviting people to sit together. A portrait that had moved itself from a destroyed frame to an intact one nearby, ensuring the person painted within wouldn't be lost. They returned to the Great Hall to find it even more organized than the morning had been. McGonagall had established a proper system now. Students sorted by house and year, teachers assigned to each group, older students helping younger ones. The house elves had even managed a proper lunch, though it was still simple fare. But what struck Harry most was the atmosphere. Yes, people were grieving. Yes, there were tears and hollow stares and hands that trembled when they reached for cups. But there was also talking. Quiet conversations happening around the blankets. Students from different houses sitting together. A group of Slytherins sharing their bread with Gryffindors. 2 Hufflepuffs teaching some younger Ravenclaws a card game to pass the time. The house divisions that had seemed so important for so long were dissolving in the face of shared survival. Near the windows, Harry spotted Neville, sitting with Luna Lovegood and Ginny Weasley. Neville's face was bruised and his arm was bandaged, but he was talking quietly, making Ginny laugh at something. Luna had flowers tucked behind her ear. Harry had no idea where she'd found flowers, but somehow it seemed perfectly Luna to have them. "They're doing all right," Ron said softly, following Harry's gaze to his sister. "Yeah," Harry agreed. "They are." Professor Flitwick appeared at their elbow, looking up at them with his bright eyes thoughtful. "Did you 3 find anything interesting in your section?" They showed him their notes. His expression grew more intent with each item they described, and when they finished, he was nodding slowly. "Similar reports from every group," he said quietly. "The castle is responding, protecting. I've been in Hogwarts for decades, and I've never seen anything quite like this." He paused, glancing toward where McGonagall stood, coordinating with Kingsley. "Minerva thinks it might be the Founder's enchantments, the deepest magic, the protections they wove into the stones when they built this place. Hogwarts has always had a certain sentience. The moving staircases, the room of requirement, the way it adjusts to its inhabitants. But this is more active, more conscious. Like it knows we need help," Hermione said. "Precisely." Flitwick's expression was wondering, like the castle itself is tending to its people. As evening approached, the house elves began preparing dinner, still simple, but with more variety than before. The elves themselves were a constant presence now, no longer hiding in the kitchens. They moved through the great hall with deliberate care, offering blankets, refilling cups, speaking quietly to students who seemed to need comfort. Harry found himself watching them, these small beings who served Hogwarts so faithfully. They'd fought in the battle too. Some had died, but here they were, still caring for the castle's inhabitants, their magic as much a part of Hogwarts as the stones. When full dark fell, the candles throughout the castle burned brighter. Harry stood at one of the tall windows, looking out over grounds slowly disappearing into night. The Forbidden Forest was a dark mass against the stars. The Black Lake reflected the moon like hammered silver. And somewhere in the darkness, Hogwarts stood watch, wounded but protective, scarred but still sheltering the people within its walls. Tomorrow, McGonagall had said, they would start proper repairs. Ministry workers would arrive. Parents would come to collect students. The world outside would begin pressing in with its demands and questions and need for accounting. But tonight, Hogwarts held them close, fed them, warmed them, kept them safe. The castle's own magic, ancient and deep, choosing to heal alongside its people. The third day after the battle dawned grey and soft, with mist clinging to the grounds like something reluctant to leave. Harry woke to find the Great Hall quieter than it had been. Many of the younger students had been collected by frantic parents the day before, leaving gaps in the clusters of blankets where families had been reunited with tears and fierce embraces. But those who remained had settled into a strange new rhythm. Breakfast appeared with the sunrise, courtesy of house elves who seemed to anticipate needs before anyone voiced them. Students helped clear dishes without being asked. Teachers moved between groups, not lecturing but simply checking in, offering quiet words, or just sitting nearby in companionable silence. It felt, Harry thought, like Hogwarts was learning how to breathe again. "McGonagall wants us in her office," Hermione said, appearing beside him with Ron in tow. She had dark circles under her eyes, but her hair was neatly plaited, and she'd somehow found clean robes. She said it's about the wards. They climbed through the castle, taking staircases that now felt familiar despite their damage. The portraits they passed were more animated than they'd been immediately after the battle, still somber, but talking quietly among themselves, passing news down the corridors in whispered chains. Sir Cadogan called out a subdued greeting as they passed. A cluster of medieval monks bowed their heads respectfully. The gargoyle, guarding the headmaster's office. Headmistress now, Harry supposed, was slumped against the wall. One wing cracked, but it shifted aside when they approached, apparently recognizing them without need for a password. McGonagall's office was a strange mixture of familiar and foreign. The delicate silver instruments Dumbledore had kept were mostly intact, though several had fallen and lay in careful piles, waiting to be sorted. The portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses watched from their frames with unusual attention. Dumbledore's portrait was there too, his painted eyes closed as though sleeping, though Harry suspected he was listening to every word. McGonagall herself stood by the window, her hands clasped behind her back. She looked marginally more rested than the day before, though the lines around her eyes spoke of sleepless hours spent coordinating, planning, holding the castle together through sheer force of will. "Ah, good," she said, turning as they entered. "Close the door, please." Professor Flitwick was already there, perched on a chair that had been enlarged to accommodate him more comfortably. On the desk lay a large piece of parchment covered in what looked like a map of Hogwarts, with various sections marked in different colored inks. "We've compiled the reports from all the survey groups," McGonagall said without preamble, "and I think you three should see what we've found." She gestured them closer to the desk. The map was intricate, showing all 7 floors plus the dungeons, the towers, the grounds. Red marks indicated severe damage. Yellow showed areas requiring caution. But it was the blue marks that drew Harry's attention. Dozens of them, scattered throughout the castle in what at first seemed like random placement. "The blue marks represent the anomalies," Flitwick explained, his voice carrying that particular tone he used when discussing complex magical theory. "The wards, the protections, the phenomena that none of us cast and that don't match any standard castle enchantment we know of." Hermione leaned over the map, her eyes scanning rapidly. "There's a pattern," she said after a moment. "They're clustered around gathering points. The Great Hall, obviously, the House Common Rooms, but also," her finger traced the marks, "the library, the hospital wing, the kitchen corridors, places where people would naturally congregate or seek comfort." "Precisely Miss Granger's observation as well," McGonagall said quietly. "The protections aren't random. They're responsive, targeted to where they're most needed." "But who cast them?" Ron asked. "I mean, someone had to, right? Magic doesn't just happen." "Actually," Flitwick said, his eyes bright with the excitement of magical discovery despite the somber circumstances, "that's not entirely true. Hogwarts has always been more than just stone and mortar. The founders built layers of enchantment into the very foundation, protections that could adapt, learn, grow with the castle. The Room of Requirement is the most obvious example, but there are others. The moving staircases choose their positions. The suits of armor sometimes patrol on their own. The castle has a kind of consciousness." McGonagall moved to the window again, looking out over the misty grounds. "When I was a student here, Albus told me something I didn't fully understand at the time. He said that Hogwarts protects those who love it, that the castle remembers every student who's walked its halls, every teacher who's devoted themselves to its care, and that magic like that, love and dedication poured into stone over centuries, doesn't simply dissipate." Harry felt something tighten in his chest. "You think the castle itself is casting the protections?" "I think," McGonagall said carefully, that Hogwarts was badly wounded 2 days ago. Buildings hit with dark magic don't typically survive, let alone continue functioning. But this castle has weathered attacks before. During the First War with Voldemort, during the time of Grindelwald, even farther back during periods of history we barely remember. And each time, it endured. The castle has a will to survive, Dumbledore's portrait said softly, his painted eyes opening to reveal familiar, twinkling blue. The living McGonagall glanced at the portrait with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. Grief, perhaps, or gratitude for the familiar voice. "Yes, Albus," she said. "I believe it does." "So what do we do?" Harry asked. "Just let it keep happening." "We investigate," Flitwick said firmly. "We understand. The castle is helping us, yes, but we need to know the extent of it. What protections are active, what limitations they might have, whether there's any danger of magical exhaustion or instability." He pulled out his wand and tapped the map, causing certain blue marks to glow brighter. "These are the strongest manifestations. I'd like you three to visit each one and document exactly what you find. Hermione, I trust you'll take detailed notes. Harry, Ron, your observations from the past 2 days have been invaluable. You notice things." McGonagall turned back to them. "There's something else. The house elves have been unusually forthcoming. Normally, they're quite secretive about their magic, but several have approached me to explain what they've been doing." Her expression softened slightly. "They've been working throughout the castle, far more extensively than their usual duties require. Creature, in particular, has been tireless." Harry blinked. "Creature is here?" "He arrived the morning after the battle, along with several elves from other wizarding families who felt called to help." McGonagall's voice held a note of wonder. "They've been coordinating with the Hogwarts elves, reinforcing the castle's magic with their own. House elf magic is different from ours, older, more instinctive. They're not casting spells so much as encouraging Hogwarts to heal itself." "We should talk to them," Hermione said immediately. "If they're working with the castle's magic, they might understand what's happening better than we do." "I thought you might say that." McGonagall's lips twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. "They're expecting you in the kitchens after you've completed your survey." They left McGonagall's office with a renewed sense of purpose. The investigation gave them something concrete to focus on, a puzzle to solve that didn't involve grief or loss, or the heavy question of what came next. Their first stop was the Gryffindor common room. The fat lady's portrait hung in its usual place, though the frame had scorch marks along one edge. She brightened when she saw them, her dress regaining some of its usual pink vibrancy. "Oh, my dears, do come in. I've been keeping watch, making sure all my lines are accounted for." She swung open without asking for a password. The common room beyond made Harry's breath catch. It should have been damaged. He knew Death Eaters had fought their way up here, had blasted through the portrait hole. But while he could see evidence of the battle in scorched carpet and cracked window panes, the room itself felt whole, more than whole. The fireplace blazed with cheerful warmth despite no one being there to tend it. The furniture, which should have been overturned or blasted apart, sat in comfortable arrangements as though carefully placed for conversation. Every lantern and candle burned steadily, filling the circular room with golden light that seemed to pool in corners and chase away shadows. "It's warm," Ron said, sounding surprised. properly warm. The fire couldn't do this on its own. The room's too big. Hermione was already moving around the space, her wand out, casting diagnostic charms. The warmth is coming from the walls themselves. The stone is, it's like it's remembering summers, holding onto heat from every fire that's ever burned here. She ran her hand along the back of a chair. And look at this. The furniture is repaired, but imperfectly, like someone mended it just enough to be usable, but didn't erase the evidence of what happened. Harry moved to the windows. Outside, mist still clung to the grounds, but from up here he could see figures moving below, students walking by the lake, teachers surveying damage to the greenhouses, life continuing, slowly, carefully. On the windowsill sat a candle, burning as they all did now. But beside it, someone had placed a small pile of objects. Harry recognized them with a jolt. A joke wand that turned into a rubber chicken, Fred style. A tiny lion figurine that roared when touched. A Gryffindor scarf, child-sized, with C. Creevy embroidered on the edge. Memorials, tiny shrines to those who wouldn't come back. The students are doing this, Hermione said softly, coming to stand beside him. Leaving little reminders. I've seen them in other places too, by portraits, on stairs, in corners where someone made a stand. They documented everything methodically. Temperature readings, the magical signatures of the enhanced warmth, the way the fireplace seemed to regulate itself, burning hotter when the room was occupied, settling to embers when empty, but never going out entirely. The Hufflepuff common room was similar but different in its particulars. Here, the magic manifested as an almost tangible sense of welcome, of safety. The round doors had been damaged, but now hung true on their hinges. The yellow and black decorations had been carefully straightened. And the plants, Hufflepuff always had plants, were thriving despite the trauma, green and lush and growing with unusual vigor. Professor Sprout met them there, her hands still dirty from working in what remained of her greenhouses. I can't explain it, she said, gesturing to a patch of dittany growing in a window box. This should be dead. The whole room was exposed to the elements for hours during the battle. But look at it, blooming as though it's the height of summer. House magic, Hermione murmured, making notes. Each common room is responding according to its nature. Gryffindor with warmth and courage, Hufflepuff with growth and nurture. They visited Ravenclaw next, climbing the familiar spiral staircase to find the eagle knocker waiting with what seemed like patience. It asked them a riddle, something about wisdom gained through hardship, and Hermione answered thoughtfully. The common room beyond was pristine in a way the others hadn't been. Books that should have been scattered were shelved. Papers were stacked neatly. The blue and bronze hangings hung without a wrinkle. It's organized itself, Ron said, looking around in bemusement. Very Ravenclaw. But the most striking feature was the ceiling. Ravenclaw Tower had always had a domed ceiling painted with stars, but now those stars actually glowed, casting gentle light across the room like a permanent night sky. It was beautiful and calming, the kind of thing that would help worried minds rest. In the Slytherin common room, which McGonagall had given them special permission to access, they found something different again. The dungeon space was cool and quiet, the lake green light filtering through windows that looked into the black lake, creating patterns on the stone floor. But there was warmth here too, subtle and low, like the heat from coals rather than open flame, and the common room wasn't empty. A small group of Slytherin students sat near the fireplace, talking in low voices. They looked up when Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered, expressions wary but not hostile. "We're just documenting the wards," Hermione said quickly, showing her parchment as though it were official business. A seventh-year girl Harry vaguely recognized nodded slowly. "The castle's been taking care of us too," she said quietly. "Some people think Slytherin House doesn't deserve it after what some of us did, but the magic doesn't seem to care about that." Harry felt something twist in his chest. "The castle protects everyone," he heard himself say. "That's what makes it home." The girl's eyes widened slightly, then she nodded again, something like relief crossing her face. They finished their survey as afternoon faded toward evening, documenting protection after protection. The library, where damaged books were repairing themselves, one page at a time. The astronomy tower, where the broken telescope had been carefully gathered and the stairs reinforced with that golden light. The hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey reported that healing potions were lasting longer than they should, patients recovering faster than expected. By the time they descended to the kitchens, Harry's head was swimming with magical theory, and Hermione had filled 6 feet of parchment with detailed notes. The kitchen was warm and busy, house elves moving with purposeful efficiency. But when Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered, a small figure detached from the bustle and approached with the hint of a bow. Creature looked different than the last time Harry had seen him. Still ancient, still wrinkled, but standing straighter. His tea towel was clean, and his bat-like ears perked forward attentively. "Master Harry," Creature said, his voice gravelly but respectful. "Creature has been expecting you. The castle told us you would come." "The castle told you?" Harry repeated. "Oh yes." This came from a Hogwarts elf Harry didn't recognize, small even by house elf standards, wearing a tea towel embroidered with the Hogwarts crest. "Hogwarts talks to those who listen, not with words, Master Harry Potter, sir, with feelings, with knowing." Hermione knelt down, bringing herself to eye level with the elves. "Can you explain what you've been doing? How you're helping the castle?" The Hogwarts elf, who introduced himself as Tippy, tilted his head thoughtfully. "House elves and Hogwarts, we's understanding each other. Both is old magic. Both is caring magic. When the castle is hurting, we is feeling it." He placed a small hand over his chest. "Here, like an ache." "So we is helping," Creature continued. "We is touching the stones, giving them our magic. Not to fix. We cannot fix what dark magic has broken. But to remind, to encourage, to say, you is strong, you is good, you is still standing." "And Hogwarts listens," Tippy said simply, "because Hogwarts has always listened to those who love it." Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione. In all their years at Hogwarts, they'd never heard magic explained quite this way. As a conversation, as encouragement, as love poured into stone. "The protection's appearing everywhere," Hermione said slowly. "The warmth, the lights, the repairs. That's Hogwarts responding to your encouragement." "And to all of you," another elf piped up from near the ovens. "Every student who is staying, every teacher who is working, everyone who is choosing to remain and help. All of that is feeding the castle's magic, making it stronger." "Hogwarts was built to protect," Creature said, his voice carrying an unexpected weight of knowledge. "The founders, They is putting that magic deep in the stones. Protect those who is seeking knowledge. Protect those who is seeking home. And when Hogwarts is hurt, but its people is still here, still loving it, still needing it, the castle remembers its purpose. They stayed in the kitchens for over an hour, listening to the elves explain in their simple, profound way how magic worked when you looked at it from angles wizards rarely considered. It wasn't about wands and incantations. It was about connection, intention, love given form. When they finally climbed back toward the great hall for dinner, the sky beyond the windows had darkened to full night. The castle around them felt different now that Harry understood what was happening. Every warm corridor, every burning candle, every small protection, they were all Hogwarts, remembering what it meant to be home. The great hall had been transformed again. Tables were back in their proper places, though only 2 were in use. Students and staff mingling across house lines, eating together, talking quietly. The enchanted ceiling showed a clear night sky full of stars. And in the center of it all, McGonagall stood speaking with a group of students, her voice carrying that particular warmth she reserved for moments when she was pleased with her charges. Harry, Ron, and Hermione delivered their findings, watching as McGonagall's expression shifted from interest to wonder. "So the castle is healing itself," she said quietly when they'd finished, "with help from those who love it." "Yes, Professor," Hermione confirmed. McGonagall looked around the great hall, at the students eating, the teachers talking, the ghosts drifting peacefully, the house elves serving with quiet pride. "Then we'll keep loving it," she said simply, "and trust that Hogwarts will keep protecting us in return." That night, Harry lay on his blanket, looking up at the enchanted ceiling stars. Around him, others slept or talked softly. The castle creaked and settled with familiar sounds. And somewhere in the ancient stones, magic remembered its purpose and held them all a little closer. The 4th morning brought rain. It came gently at first, a soft pattering against the windows that gradually built to a steady drumming on the castle's many roofs and towers. The enchanted ceiling of the great hall mirrored the weather outside. Grey clouds rolling across painted sky, drops of illusory rain, falling but vanishing before they touched anyone below. Harry found himself oddly comforted by it. The rain felt normal, expected, weather doing what weather did, indifferent to human grief or magical catastrophe, the world continuing its patterns. "McGonagall wants us again," Hermione said, settling beside him with a plate of toast. She'd taken to eating breakfast quickly these past few mornings, always ready to move on to the next task. Staying busy, Harry understood, was how she kept the darker thoughts at bay. But this time, when they climbed to the headmistress's office, they found they weren't alone. Professor Flitwick was there, along with Professor Sprout and a tired-looking Professor Slughorn, who'd apparently emerged from wherever he'd been hiding since the battle. But more surprising were the others. Neville Longbottom stood near the window, his posture straighter than Harry remembered it being before the battle. Luna Lovegood examined one of Dumbledore's silver instruments with her usual dreamy curiosity. Ginny Weasley leaned against the desk, her arms crossed, looking both exhausted and fiercely alert. "Ah, good," McGonagall said as they entered. "We're all here." She gestured for them to find seats. Chairs had been conjured in a loose circle. "I've asked you all because you've been most involved with documenting the castle's responses, and because, frankly, you understand Hogwarts in ways that go beyond mere academics. Dumbledore's portrait smiled from his frame, but said nothing, apparently content to observe. McGonagall conjured the map they'd seen before, now suspended in the air where everyone could view it. The blue marks indicating protective magic had multiplied. There were now hundreds of them, scattered across all 7 floors. The pattern is spreading, Flitwick explained, using his wand to highlight certain clusters. Initially, the protections centered around gathering points and heavily damaged areas. But now, we're seeing something more complex. The magic is layering itself, creating networks. Like the founders intended, Slughorn added, his voice carrying the enthusiasm he usually reserved for discussing rare potions ingredients. I've been reading through some very old texts in what remains of the library. Hogwarts wasn't built with a single protection scheme. It was designed with interlocking layers. Gryffindor's courage-based wards, Hufflepuff's loyalty enchantments, Ravenclaw's wisdom-seeking charms, Slytherin's cunning protections. They were meant to work together, each complementing the others. And now they're waking up, Neville said quietly. Everyone turned to look at him, and he shifted uncomfortably, but continued. I've been helping Professor Sprout in the greenhouses. The plants are responding to something, growing in patterns they wouldn't normally follow, clustering around certain areas. She thinks they're following the magic. Sprout nodded vigorously. The Hufflepuff protections have always been tied to growing things, to nurture and care. I'm seeing plants I haven't cultivated in years sprouting in corners of the castle. Dittany near the hospital wing, valerian where people are sleeping poorly, even flowers near the memorial spaces students have created. And in Ravenclaw Tower, Luna said in her matter-of-fact way, the portraits are organizing themselves. They're arranging their frames so they can pass information more efficiently, creating what they call knowledge chains. The Grey Lady says they're trying to help the castle think. Harry leaned forward. So each house's magic is manifesting according to its nature? Precisely, Potter, McGonagall said, which brings us to why I've gathered you all. We need to understand how deep this goes and whether there are any risks we should be aware of. The castle helping us is wonderful, but magic this powerful, this autonomous, we must ensure it remains stable. We need to visit the house foundations, Hermione said immediately. If the founders' original enchantments are reactivating, the strongest signatures would be at the deepest points of their magic. Flitwick's eyes brightened. Miss Granger, that's exactly what I was thinking. Each house has a foundational point, a place where the founders anchored their particular magic into Hogwarts. For Ravenclaw, it's the base of our tower. For Gryffindor, the bottom of the main staircase, Ginny finished, where that huge painting of Godric Gryffindor used to hang before it was damaged. For Hufflepuff, the kitchen foundations, Sprout added, and for Slytherin, the deepest part of the dungeons, Slughorn said with a slight shudder. I've only been there once. Damp, dark, decidedly uncomfortable. But the magic, oh, the magic there is extraordinary. McGonagall surveyed them all. I'm proposing we split into groups, visit each foundational point and document what you find. But, her voice sharpened, you go in pairs at minimum, you take no unnecessary risks, and if anything feels dangerous, you retreat immediately. We've had quite enough of heroics for 1 week. There was a weight to those last words, that made several of them wince. They divided themselves naturally. Neville and Luna would investigate the Hufflepuff foundations with Professor Sprout. Ginny volunteered to examine Gryffindor's anchor point with Ron, which made Ron puff up slightly with protective older brother energy, despite Ginny's eye roll. That left Harry and Hermione to tackle the Slytherin dungeons with Professor Slughorn, and Flitwick to investigate his own house's tower base. Right then, McGonagall said, checking the clock. It's just past 9. Reconvene here at noon to share findings, and please. She looked at each of them in turn. Be careful. The descent into the deepest dungeons took longer than Harry expected. They passed through levels he knew, the potions classroom, the Slytherin common room entrance, various storage chambers. But then Slughorn led them downstairs. Harry hadn't known existed, through passages that grew progressively older, the stone changing from hewn blocks to rougher walls that looked carved directly from the mountain Hogwarts sat upon. Very few students know these levels exist, Slughorn said, his wand light illuminating narrow corridors. They're not dangerous, precisely, but they're not meant for casual exploration. The magic down here is old, ancient. It has moods. The air grew cooler as they descended, carrying a mineral smell like the inside of caves. Water trickled somewhere in the darkness, and Harry could hear his own breathing echo off close walls. But there was something else too, a presence, a watching quality that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Here, Slughorn said finally, stopping before a heavy wooden door bound with iron. This is as deep as the dungeons go. What's beyond is the foundation chamber, where Salazar Slytherin anchored his protections when Hogwarts was built. He pushed the door open, and Harry's breath caught. The chamber was vast, carved from living rock, its ceiling lost in shadows above. In the center, water pooled in a natural basin, perfectly still and black as ink. Around the basin, the floor was carved with intricate serpentine patterns that seemed to writhe in the wandlight, though Harry knew it was just illusion. But what dominated the space was the magic itself. Harry could feel it pressing against his skin like a physical force, old, powerful, complex. It hummed in his bones, whispered at the edges of his hearing. This was founder-level enchantment, the kind of magic that lasted 1,000 years. Merlin's beard, Hermione whispered, moving slowly into the chamber. She pulled out her wand and was casting diagnostic charms, but the results kept fluctuating wildly. The magical signature here is off every chart I know. It's not just strong, it's layered. Hundreds of spells woven together so tightly I can't distinguish individual threads. Slughorn approached the basin reverently. Slytherin's genius was in adaptive protection. His enchantments were designed to learn, to respond to threats in cunning ways. Not brute force like some of Gryffindor's wards, but subtle misdirection, strategic defense. Harry moved to the edge of the carved serpentine patterns. Up close, he could see they weren't just decorative. They formed channels through which magic flowed like water, connecting to points around the chamber in a complex network. "It's active," he said, watching faint green light pulse through the channels. "More active than it should be if it's just background enchantment." "Because it's protecting," Hermione said, her voice filled with wonder. "Look, the channels lead upward, into the walls. They're feeding magic through the whole dungeon system." She traced one with her finger, careful not to touch. "Slytherin designed a distribution network. His protections could reach any part of his house's domain. And right now, Slughorn added, those protections are working overtime, keeping the dungeons stable despite the damage above, warming the spaces where students shelter, probably reinforcing structural weak points we don't even know about. They spent an hour documenting everything they could: the basin's properties, the channel system, the way the magic responded when they moved through the chamber. Hermione filled pages with observations, her handwriting growing increasingly excited as she made connections. But it was when they prepared to leave that Harry noticed something else. Near the door, partially hidden by shadow, was a small alcove he'd initially missed. Inside it sat a carved stone serpent, coiled protectively around nothing. Empty space where something should have been. What was there? Harry asked, pointing. Slughorn frowned, moving closer. I don't know. I've only been down here once before, years ago, and I didn't notice. He stopped, his expression shifting. Wait, there are marks in the dust. Recent marks. Someone's been here. The dust on the floor around the alcove had indeed been disturbed. Footprints, small ones, leading to and from the serpent statue. House elves, Hermione said immediately. They must be coming down here too, tending to the foundations like they said. But what did they take? Harry wondered. Or what did they leave? They couldn't answer that, so they filed it away as another mystery and began the long climb back up through the dungeons. They reconvened in McGonagall's office just before noon, everyone arriving damp from the continuing rain and buzzing with discoveries. Neville spoke first, his voice stronger than Harry had ever heard it. The Hufflepuff Foundation is under the kitchens, like Professor Sprout said. There's this massive central hearth, not for cooking, just for being. Helga Hufflepuff built her protections around the concept of home, of shelter and warmth. The whole thing is designed to make people feel safe and welcomed. And it's working, Sprout added proudly. The hearth is burning without fuel, radiating warmth through the entire ground floor. I tested the temperature. It's perfectly calibrated, cool enough to be comfortable, warm enough to be comforting. Luna tilted her head thoughtfully. The house elves showed us something interesting. They've been leaving offerings at the hearth: bread, salt, honey. Very old traditions. They say Hufflepuff's magic responds to gifts given freely, to service offered with genuine care. Ravenclaw's foundation is fascinating, Flitwick said, practically vibrating with excitement. It's not a physical space like the others. It's conceptual. A room that exists in multiple places at once, accessible from various points in the tower. The walls are covered in questions carved in dozens of languages, and the magic centers around seeking knowledge, around curiosity itself. And it's why the portraits can organize themselves, Hermione said, making connections. Ravenclaw's protection is information-based, knowledge as defense. Ginny and Ron had explored Gryffindor's anchor point and found something entirely different. It's a forge, Ginny said, still looking slightly awed. An actual forge, hidden behind the main staircase. There are weapons there, practice swords, training shields, old dueling dummies. Godric Gryffindor built his protections around courage, around standing and fighting when necessary. But it's not aggressive, Ron added quickly. The magic there feels rallying, like it's meant to give people strength when they're afraid, to help them find their bravery. The forge fire is burning, And there's this quality to the air that makes you want to stand straighter, you know? McGonagall listened to it all, her expression thoughtful. When everyone had shared, she stood and moved to the window, looking out over the rain-soaked grounds. 4 founders, she said quietly. 4 different philosophies of protection. Slytherin's cunning adaptation, Hufflepuff's nurturing warmth, Ravenclaw's knowledge and wisdom, Gryffindor's courageous strength. They built Hogwarts to protect in every way people might need protecting. And now all 4 systems are active, Flitwick said, working together for the first time in centuries, perhaps. The castle isn't just using one type of magic, it's using all of them in concert, which explains the complexity we're seeing, Hermione said, pulling out her notes. The protections aren't random, they're tailored. Warming spells in spaces where Hufflepuff's comfort is needed. Reinforced structures where Gryffindor's strength matters. Organized information systems where Ravenclaw's wisdom helps. Strategic protections where Slytherin's cunning makes sense. Harry thought about the house elves, encouraging the castle to remember its purpose. About students from all 4 houses sitting together in the Great Hall, old rivalries forgotten in the face of shared survival. About a castle that was more than just stone and mortar. A living thing built by 4 people who'd had a dream of a school that would protect magical children. It's not just the founder's magic, he said slowly, and everyone turned to look at him. It's us too. We're feeding it, all of us staying here, working together, caring for the castle. The magic responds to that. McGonagall's eyes were bright. Yes, Potter, I believe you're right. The founders built the framework, but we, all of us, we give it purpose. We remind Hogwarts what it means to be home. Dumbledore's portrait spoke for the first time that day. Hogwarts has always been at its strongest when its houses work together, when differences become complementary strengths rather than divisions. Perhaps that is the real lesson here, that protection comes not from walls and wards alone, but from community, from care, from the choice to stand together. The room fell silent, each of them processing that. Outside, the rain continued its gentle drumming. Inside, Hogwarts creaked and settled, its ancient magic weaving protection around all who called it home. So what do we do? Neville asked, finally. McGonagall smiled, a real smile, the first Harry had seen from her since before the battle. We keep doing what we're doing. We care for the castle, and we let it care for us in return. We trust in the magic that 4 brilliant witches and wizards wove into these stones 1,000 years ago. She looked around at all of them. And we remember that Hogwarts isn't just a building. It's a promise, protection for those who seek it, home for those who need it. And that promise endures. As they filed out of the office, Harry paused to look back at the portraits watching from the walls. Former headmasters and headmistresses, centuries of magical wisdom, all of them nodding in agreement with McGonagall's words. The castle remembered its purpose, and so would they. The rain cleared by evening, leaving the grounds washed clean and smelling of wet earth and stone. The 5th day after the battle dawned bright and sharp, sunlight cutting through windows with an almost aggressive clarity that made damaged corridors look even more wounded than they had in the softness of mist and rain. Harry woke to find the Great Hall in a state of quiet transformation. Someone, he suspected McGonagall with help from several portraits, had hung long banners from the ceiling. Not house colours, but simple white fabric that caught the morning light and swayed gently in draughts from broken windows. They looked like flags of truce, or perhaps surrender, or maybe, Harry thought, just acknowledgement. Memorial banners, Hermione said softly, appearing beside him with tea that steamed in the cool air. For the names. The weight of that word, names, settled over Harry like a physical thing. They'd been avoiding it, he realized. For 4 days they'd focused on the living, on the castle, on practical matters of survival and protection. But the dead couldn't be avoided forever. At some point, they had to be named, remembered, honored in more than just whispered conversations and small shrines left in corridors. McGonagall stood at the staff table, speaking with a cluster of teachers. Her robes were formal today, black and severe, and her face carried the weight of duty. When she raised her wand and tapped her throat, her voice carried through the hall with gentle authority. "May I have everyone's attention, please?" The scattered conversations quieted. Students turned toward her from their breakfast. Even the portraits on the walls seemed to lean forward attentively. "Today," McGonagall said, and her voice was steady despite the heaviness in her eyes, "we begin the process of remembering, of accounting for all who were here, all who fought, all who—" She paused, gathering herself. "All who did not survive." The silence that followed was profound. "The Ministry is coordinating official notifications to families, but we, those of us here at Hogwarts, we were family too. We fought together, we survived together, and we owe it to those who fell to speak their names, to remember them not as casualties or statistics, but as people, as friends, as the witches and wizards who chose to stand when darkness came." She gestured to the white banners overhead. "These will bear their names, not permanently. Permanent memorials will come later, when we've had time to grieve and plan properly. But for now, these serve as acknowledgement, as witness. Each person who died defending Hogwarts will be remembered here, in this hall where we gather, where we eat, where we live." Madame Pomfrey stepped forward, carrying a long scroll. Her face was lined with exhaustion and sorrow, but her voice was clear when she spoke. "I've compiled the list as best I can. Students, staff, order members, those who came from outside to fight. 50 names confirmed, others still missing, unaccounted for." Her voice cracked slightly. "Some may yet be found alive. We must hope for that. But these 50, these we know with certainty, have passed beyond our reach." Harry's chest felt too tight. 50. 50 lives ended, 50 futures erased. McGonagall took the scroll, unrolling it carefully. "We will read the names aloud. If anyone wishes to share a memory, a story, anything about those we've lost, please do. They deserve to be remembered as more than just names on parchment." She began to read. Lavender Brown. A sob broke out from somewhere near the Gryffindor students. Parvati Patil stood, her face wet with tears, but her voice was strong when she spoke. "Lavender loved divination more than anyone I ever met. She believed in signs and portents and reading tea leaves. She always saw the best possible future in the stars, even when—" Parvati's voice wavered. "Even when the stars were wrong. She was my best friend." McGonagall nodded solemnly. With a wave of her wand, Lavender Brown appeared on one of the white banners in elegant script, the letters glowing gold for a moment, before settling into permanent black. Colin Creevey. Dennis Creevey stood this time, so small and young that he looked lost in the great hall's vastness. His voice was barely above a whisper. My brother always had his camera. Always. He wanted to photograph everything about the magical world because he thought it was wonderful. He thought you were all wonderful. Dennis looked around at the gathered students and teachers. He died being brave. I think he'd want you to know that. Colin's name joined Lavender's on the banner. One by one, McGonagall read the names. Some were met with stories, memories shared through tears and trembling voices. Others were followed by silence, people too grief-stricken to speak, or names of fighters they'd known only in passing, warriors from outside Hogwarts who'd come to help and paid the ultimate price. Remus Lupin. Harry's breath stopped. He hadn't known, not for certain, not until hearing it said aloud in McGonagall's steady voice. Beside him, he felt Hermione reach for his hand, her grip tight and anchoring. Professor McGonagall's eyes found Harry's across the hall. Would you like to say something, Potter? Harry stood on shaking legs. His mind was full of memories. Lupin in defense against the dark arts, patient and kind. Lupin at Grimmauld Place, part of the Order. Lupin transformed, the wolf and the man in constant negotiation. Lupin telling him about his parents, about friendship and loyalty and love. He was the best defense teacher we ever had, Harry said, and his voice sounded strange to his own ears. He taught us that our fears could be conquered, that darkness could be fought with light and laughter. He was my dad's best friend, and Harry's throat closed. He just became a father. He had a son, Teddy. The name appeared on the banner, and Harry had to look away. Nymphadora Tonks, Teddy's mother. The grief was a wave, threatening to pull Harry under. Someone else spoke, one of the Order members, sharing a story about Tonks's humor, her bravery, the way she could make people laugh even in the darkest times. Harry heard it from a distance. His mind caught on the image of a small boy who would grow up without parents, just as Harry had. The names continued. Fred Weasley. George stood, and the sight of him alone was jarring. Fred and George had always been a pair, two halves of a whole. George's face was hollow, aged beyond his years, but when he spoke, his voice carried an echo of the twin humor. Fred would want me to make a joke right now. Something about being the better-looking twin now that there's no competition. George's smile was terrible. All wrong without Fred beside him. But I can't. I can't joke about this. He was everything good about magic. Everything fun and creative and brave and stupid and wonderful. He was my brother, my twin, my best friend, and the world is darker without him in it. The silence after George sat down was absolute. Even the ghosts seemed dimmed. Nearly headless Nick, bowing his head in respect. More names, more grief. Vincent Crabbe. The Slytherins stirred uncomfortably. Crabbe had died during the battle, caught by his own fiend fire in the room of requirement. No one stood to speak for him at first. The memory of his allegiance to Voldemort too fresh, too complicated. But then, surprisingly, Draco Malfoy rose from where he'd been sitting alone near the back of the hall. Vincent was my friend, Draco said quietly, and there was something broken in his voice. Not a good person, maybe, not innocent. But he was still a person. He made terrible choices. So did I. The difference is, I survived mine, and he didn't. Draco's hands were shaking. I think he deserves to be remembered too, even if it's complicated, even if it hurts. McGonagall's expression softened slightly as Crabbe's name joined the others. The reading continued through the morning. 50 names, each one a life ended, a story cut short. Students who'd been too young to die, teachers who'd given everything, order members who'd fought in 2 wars now, fighters whose names Harry didn't recognize, but who'd come nonetheless when Hogwarts needed defending. When McGonagall finally reached the last name, her voice was hoarse with emotion, and the entire Great Hall felt weighted with grief. The white banners were covered now with names in black script, floating overhead like a constellation of loss. "These are the ones we know," McGonagall said. "The confirmed dead. There will be others, I fear, those still missing, those whose fates remain uncertain. When we know more, we will add their names, because everyone who fell here deserves to be remembered." She lowered the scroll, and for a moment she looked every one of her considerable years. Then she straightened, finding that core of strength that had carried her through 4 days of crisis. "Tomorrow evening at dusk, we will gather at the Black Lake. Not a funeral. Families will want their own services, their own goodbyes, but a vigil, a moment to stand together and acknowledge what we've lost and what we've survived, to light candles and speak names and promise that their sacrifices meant something." Around the hall, people nodded. Some were crying openly now, the dam of held-back grief finally breaking. Others sat in numb silence, processing 50 lives reduced to names on banners. Harry found himself looking up at Fred's name, at Lupin's and Tonks's, at Colin's. So many. Too many. "The house elves have prepared lunch," McGonagall said gently. "I encourage you all to eat, even if you don't feel hungry, to take care of yourselves, to be kind to one another. Grief is not weakness, and tears are not shameful. We survived something terrible. We're allowed to feel terrible about it." The afternoon passed in a strange, heavy quiet. Students moved through the castle like ghosts themselves, gathering in small clusters to talk or cry, or simply sit together. The portraits were subdued, speaking in whispers when they spoke at all. Even Peeves had gone silent, his usual chaos inappropriate for the day's mourning. Harry found himself drawn to the Gryffindor common room, where a group had gathered around the memorial objects on the windowsill. Someone had added to them a photograph of Fred and George laughing, a pressed flower that might have been lavender's, a small lion figurine wearing a Gryffindor scarf for Colin. "It doesn't feel real," Ginny said quietly. She sat beside Harry on the floor, her shoulder touching his in silent companionship. "Fred's name on that banner. Like if I go downstairs, he'll be there making jokes about George's ear or planning some elaborate prank." "I know," Harry said, because what else was there to say? Ron sat nearby, his face buried in his hands. He hadn't spoken since the reading of names, hadn't reacted when Fred's name was called, except to flinch as though physically struck. George had disappeared somewhere. No one had seen him since he'd sat back down. Hermione moved between people, offering quiet comfort where she could, her own grief set aside to tend to others. It was so very Hermione that Harry felt his heart ache with affection and sorrow. Neville sat with Hannah Abbott, both of them holding hands and staring at nothing. Luna had found a corner and was drawing something with conjured coloured light, abstract shapes that might have been people or might have been just feelings made visible. The afternoon faded toward evening, and with the approaching dusk came a strange shift in the castle's atmosphere. Harry noticed it first as a warmth spreading through the common room, more than just the fire could account for. The air seemed to thicken slightly, to become more present somehow. And on the windowsill, beside the memorial objects, a single candle that had burned all day suddenly flared brighter. Others noticed too. Students looked up, confused, as the warmth spread and grew. It wasn't uncomfortable, quite the opposite. It felt like being wrapped in something soft, like being held. "The castle," Hermione whispered, understanding first. "It's responding to our grief." And she was right. Throughout Gryffindor Tower, throughout all the towers and corridors and chambers where people gathered mourning, Hogwarts was offering what comfort it could. Warmth without fire, light without source, a sense of presence, of being held, of not being alone in the darkness. In the Hufflepuff common room, Professor Sprout reported later, plants bloomed, night-flowering jasmine filling the air with gentle scent, moonflowers opening their pale petals, herbs known for calming and peace growing in impossible abundance. In Ravenclaw Tower, the star-painted ceiling glowed with constellations, and portraits spoke softly about those they remembered from centuries past, offering the long perspective of time and the promise that grief, while never leaving entirely, would eventually become bearable. In the Slytherin dungeons, the lake-green light through the windows took on an almost luminescent quality, and the cool air carried whispers that might have been water or might have been the castle itself, saying, "You are not forgotten. You are not alone. You are home." Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room as darkness fell completely, surrounded by grieving friends, held by a castle that remembered its purpose. Tomorrow they would gather at the lake. Tomorrow they would light candles and speak names and promise to carry forward the memories of those who'd fallen. But tonight, Hogwarts did what it had always done best. It sheltered them. It protected them. It held them through the darkest hours and promised morning would come. The portraits on the walls began to paint themselves. New portraits of faces too recently lost. It would take time for the magic to settle, for the painted figures to gain consciousness and personality. But already, Harry could see the beginnings. Fred's face sketched in gentle lines, Colin's eager expression, Lavender's smile. They wouldn't be forgotten. The castle wouldn't allow it. Outside, the first stars appeared in a clear sky. Inside, 50 names glowed softly on white banners, each one a life that had mattered, a person who'd been loved. And Hogwarts, ancient and knowing, wrapped its surviving children close and whispered through stone and magic, the deep places where protection lived. I remember them all, and I will hold their names until the stones themselves turn to dust. The 6th day after the battle felt suspended between grief and something that might eventually become healing. Morning came quietly, the castle settling into routines that were beginning to feel almost normal. Breakfast appeared, students ate, teachers coordinated repairs. The house elves moved through corridors with their gentle efficiency. But underneath it all was the knowledge that evening would bring the vigil, the gathering at the lake, the collective moment of acknowledgement that had been building since McGonagall first read the names. Harry spent the morning helping to clear rubble from a collapsed corridor near the Charms classroom. The physical work was grounding, lifting stones, casting levitation charms, stacking debris in careful piles, sweat and effort that left no room for thoughts that spiraled too dark. Ron worked beside him, unusually quiet. George had finally emerged from wherever he'd hidden himself, pale and hollow-eyed, but determinedly present. He moved through the castle like someone learning to walk again, each step deliberate, his remaining ear tilted slightly as though listening for a voice that would never answer. Hermione had taken charge of organizing the vigil itself, because of course she had. She'd consulted with McGonagall, with the portraits, with books pulled from the damaged library about wizarding funeral customs and memorial traditions. By midday she had a plan, written in her neat handwriting on parchment, that she carried like a talisman. It should be simple, she explained to Harry and Ron over lunch. No speeches unless people want to make them. No formal ceremony, just gathering, being together, lighting candles to represent those we lost. Candles, Ron said quietly, like the ones the castle keeps lighting. Yes, exactly like those. Hermione's eyes were bright with unshed tears. The castle has been showing us how to do this, how to make light in the darkness. We just have to follow its example. As afternoon faded toward evening, students began to gather near the entrance hall. There was no formal announcement, no call to assembly. People simply knew. The portraits had passed the word, the ghosts had whispered it through corridors, and the castle itself seemed to guide footsteps toward the doors that opened onto the grounds. McGonagall stood waiting, dressed in formal black robes that somehow managed to be both somber and regal. Beside her were the other professors, Flitwick, Sprout, Slughorn, Trelawney dabbing at her eyes with a shawl, even Hagrid, who'd been notably absent from the castle since the battle ended, his face red and swollen with grief. "Thank you all for coming," McGonagall said as the crowd assembled. Her voice was soft but carried clearly. "We walk together to the lake. We walk in silence, if you please. Let the journey itself be a meditation, a moment to prepare our hearts for what comes next." They moved out across the grounds in a long, quiet procession. The evening was perfect in its gentleness. The sky a watercolor wash of pink and gold, the air cool but not cold, carrying the scent of grass and water and the lingering sweetness of late-blooming flowers. The forbidden forest stood dark against the horizon, and somewhere in its depths, Harry knew the centaurs were watching. Bane and Ronan and the others had fought too, had lost members of their herd. They would have their own rituals, their own ways of honoring the dead. The walk took perhaps 15 minutes, but it felt both longer and shorter. Time had been strange since the battle, elastic, unreliable. Harry found himself walking between Hermione and Ginny, with Ron and Neville just ahead. Luna drifted nearby, her blonde hair catching the sunset light. George walked alone, though Harry noticed several people giving him space while staying close enough that he wouldn't be isolated. The Black Lake came into view, its dark water reflecting the sky like polished obsidian. The giant squid was visible near the shore, its tentacles creating gentle ripples that caught the fading light. On the far side, where the forest met the water, Harry could just make out the pale forms of centaurs gathered in their own vigil. At the water's edge, someone had already begun preparations. The house elves, Harry realized. Of course. They stood in a small cluster near a collection of floating candles. Hundreds of them, small boats of wax and wick, waiting to be lit and sent across the water. The elves bowed as the procession approached, then melted back toward the castle, giving the humans their space for grief. McGonagall raised her wand, and her voice when she spoke was gentle as falling rain. We gather as Hogwarts has gathered for 1,000 years, beside this lake, beneath this sky, on ground that has witnessed generations of magic and life and loss. Tonight, we do not pretend that death is not terrible. We do not minimize our grief. But we also do not let darkness have the final word. She gestured to the candles. Light calls to light. One candle for each name we've spoken. One flame for each life that burned bright and was extinguished too soon. We will set them on the water, and we will watch them float, and we will remember. For a moment, no one moved. Then Hermione stepped forward, pulling her wand from her robes. She knelt beside the nearest candle, touching her wand to its wick. "Incendio," she whispered, and light bloomed. She lifted the small vessel carefully and set it on the water. It bobbed for a moment, finding its balance, then began to drift slowly toward the center of the lake. "For everyone we lost," Hermione said, her voice breaking, "for everyone who gave everything." Others began to follow her example, one by one. Then in small groups, people lit candles and set them floating. Some spoke names as they did: Fred, Colin, Lavender, Tonks, Lupin. Others were silent, their grief too large for words. Harry found himself kneeling beside a candle, his wand shaking slightly in his hand. Around him, others did the same. Ron lighting candles with tears streaming down his face, Neville's flame wavering but catching, Luna humming something soft and sad as she sent hers out onto the water. George stood alone near the shoreline, holding an unlit candle and staring at it as though it held all the answers in the universe. Harry watched as George finally raised his wand, his hand trembling violently. "For my brother," George said, and his voice was broken glass. "For my twin, for the better half of me." The flame caught, bright and steady, and George set it on the water with a gentleness that spoke of a love so deep it had no bottom. The candles multiplied, spreading across the lake like fallen stars. Their light reflected in the dark water, creating pathways of gold that stretched toward the far shore where centaurs maintained their own vigil. The giant squid moved among the floating lights, careful not to disturb them, its massive form gentle as it wove between memories made visible. Harry lit candle after candle, one for Lupin, who taught him about Patronuses and chocolate and courage, one for Tonks, whose smile had been infectious even in the darkest times, one for Fred, who'd made everyone laugh, one for Colin, who'd loved magic with uncomplicated joy, one for each person he'd seen fall, each name he'd heard spoken. His hands were shaking by the time he finished, his vision blurred with tears, but the candles kept floating, kept burning, kept making light. Beside him, Ginny lit her own collection of flames. Ron had given up on steadiness, just touching his wand to wick after wick, with tears dropping onto the water. Hermione moved along the shore, helping younger students light their candles, offering quiet comfort to those who needed it. The sun was setting properly now, the sky deepening from pink to purple to the first dark blue of true dusk. The candles became more visible as natural light faded, their collective glow turning the lake into something magical, a constellation fallen to earth, a galaxy of remembrance. Professor McGonagall stood at the water's edge, her own wand held high. She'd lit several candles herself, though she hadn't spoken names aloud. Harry wondered who she was remembering: students lost in previous wars, colleagues fallen to darkness, perhaps even the young woman she herself had been before grief taught her strength. In many magical traditions, McGonagall said, her voice carrying across the gathered crowd, water represents passage, the journey from one state to another, life to death, presence to memory. We send these lights across the water because we trust in something beyond our sight. We trust that those we've lost have passed to somewhere we cannot follow yet, but will one day. She lowered her wand, watching the candles drift. We also light them because darkness is a choice, and we choose otherwise. We choose to remember. We choose to honor. We choose to carry forward the best of those who fell, to live in ways that make their sacrifices mean something. A movement caught Harry's attention. From the forest, the centaurs were approaching. Not all of them, but a delegation led by Firenze, who taught at Hogwarts once and understood the castle's ways. They stopped at the tree line, maintaining respectful distance, but each held something that glowed with soft light. Not candles, but something organic, bioluminescent fungi perhaps, or enchanted wood. They set their lights on the water too, adding to the constellation. On the other side of the lake, merpeople broke the surface. Their grey-green skin caught the candlelight as they floated among the flames, singing something wordless and haunting that might have been grief or might have been comfort. The sound carried across the water, inhuman but beautiful, a reminder that loss was universal and witnessing could take many forms. Even the forbidden forest seemed to participate. Fireflies emerged from the trees in unusual numbers, their small lights joining the larger flames, creating layers of luminescence that blurred the line between what was magical and what was simply natural wonder. Harry felt something shift in his chest. Not the weight of grief lifting, but perhaps settling into a shape he could carry. The candles would burn for hours. Some would make it all the way across the lake. Others would gutter out part way. But they would all have existed. All have made light. All have said, this person mattered. This loss is real. This grief is witnessed. Students began to sit down on the grass, settling in to watch. Some held hands. Others leaned against each other. A few lay back to look at the stars beginning to emerge overhead. The vigil had no set ending time. People would stay as long as they needed, would leave when they were ready. Luna sat beside Harry, her legs crossed and her expression peaceful, despite the tears on her cheeks. "They're beautiful," she said simply, gesturing to the candles. "Death is terrible, but remembering doesn't have to be." "No," Harry agreed. "It doesn't." Ron joined them, sitting heavily and pulling his knees up to his chest. He didn't speak, but he didn't need to. They sat in companionable silence, watching light float across dark water, watching the sky deepen to full night. Ginny appeared with George, who looked marginally more present than he had all day. They sat down as a small cluster, not quite touching but close enough to feel each other's warmth. George stared at the candles with an intensity that suggested he was trying to memorize them, to hold this moment against future darkness. "Fred would have made a joke about this," George said finally, his voice hoarse from crying. Something about fire hazards or excessive sentimentality. He'd have found a way to make it funny. "He would have," Ginny agreed softly, "but he'd also," George's voice cracked, "he'd also have appreciated it, the beauty of it. He always noticed beautiful things, even when he was being an idiot." They sat with that truth, letting it exist in the space between them. More students settled around them. Hannah and Ernie from Hufflepuff, Terry and Padma from Ravenclaw, even a few Slytherins, including, surprisingly, Draco Malfoy, who sat at the edge of the group looking lost and young and uncertain of his welcome. No one told him to leave. The vigil was for everyone, for all the grief and all the ways people needed to process impossible loss. McGonagall moved among the gathered students, her presence a steady comfort. She stopped to speak quietly with some, just laid a hand on others' shoulders, offered silent solidarity to those who needed no words. The professors clustered together near the water, Flitwick standing on a conjured platform so he could see over the tall grass, Sprout with flowers in her hair that glowed faintly in the darkness, Slughorn uncharacteristically subdued, Hagrid still crying openly, but with less desperate sorrow now. As full night settled over the grounds, the castle behind them lit up. Every window glowed, every tower was illuminated. It looked like a beacon, like a promise. Hogwarts standing strong despite its wounds, holding light against the darkness, refusing to let grief have the final word. The candles continued their slow journey across the Black Lake. Some had reached the far shore now, washing up on banks where centaurs gathered them gently. Others still floated in the middle, creating paths and patterns that seemed almost intentional. The merpeople sang on, their voices weaving with the wind and the lap of water against shore. Harry felt Hermione's hand find his, her grip tight and anchoring. On his other side, Ginny leaned her head against his shoulder. Ron sat close enough that their knees touched. Neville and Luna were nearby. George and the scattered fragments of their makeshift family, all of them here, all of them holding each other up through the impossible weight of surviving. "Thank you," Harry said quietly, to no one and everyone, to the castle for holding them, to his friends for staying close, to the candles for making light, to those who died for giving everything. The stars overhead grew brighter as the night deepened. The candles burned on, and Hogwarts, ancient and knowing, wrapped its grounds in gentle magic and promised, "You are not alone. You are witnessed. You are held. And morning, though it feels impossible now, will come." The walk back from the lake happened in scattered groups, in ones and twos and small clusters, as people peeled away from the vigil when they were ready. Harry stayed until most of the candles had burned down to nothing or washed up on distant shores. He stayed until the merpeople stopped singing and disappeared beneath the surface with gentle splashes. He stayed until the centaurs melted back into the forest and the fireflies dispersed and the stars overhead wheeled into their deepest night positions. When he finally stood, his legs were stiff from sitting, and the grass had left damp patches on his robes. But something in his chest felt different. Not lighter, exactly, but less jagged. The grief was still there, would always be there. But it had been witnessed, acknowledged, given form in floating lights and spoken names and collective silence. Hermione and Ron walked on either side of him. Ginny had left earlier with George, murmuring something about making sure her brother ate something. Neville and Luna had wandered off together, their voices carrying softly on the night air as they discussed something about the moon's effect on grief or plants that grew from sorrow. Harry hadn't quite caught it. The castle loomed ahead, still lit from within like a lantern. As they drew closer, Harry could see movement in the windows, people settling in for the night, finding their spaces, beginning the slow process of learning to sleep without nightmares. "I don't want to go to the Great Hall," Ron said suddenly. I can't. All those people, all that noise. The common room, then, Hermione suggested gently. But even the common room felt too public, too exposed. They needed somewhere smaller, quieter, somewhere that felt safe in a way that public spaces couldn't. The room of requirement, Harry offered, then stopped, remembering. The room had been destroyed during the battle, burned by Crabbe's fiendfire. He'd seen it collapse, seen 1,000 years of accumulated objects turn to ash. We could try, Hermione said quietly. The castle has been repairing itself. Maybe. They climbed to the 7th floor, passing portraits that murmured gentle greetings and suits of armor that had been righted and now stood watchful but peaceful. The corridor where the room of requirement appeared was scarred, scorch marks on the walls, the floor still cracked in places, but passable. Harry paced 3 times, thinking. We need a place to rest. We need somewhere safe. We need somewhere quiet. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like a sigh, a door materialized. It opened onto a space that was nothing like the vast warehouse the room had been before. This was small, intimate, a circular chamber with a low ceiling and soft rugs covering the floor. A fireplace burned gently in one wall, and cushions were scattered in comfortable heaps. 3 beds stood against the far wall, simple but inviting, with blankets that looked handmade and warm. It's perfect, Hermione whispered. They entered, and the door closed softly behind them. The room smelled of wood smoke and old books and something indefinably comforting, like safety distilled into scent. Harry sank onto the nearest cushion pile, feeling muscles he hadn't realized were tense finally begin to relax. Ron sprawled beside him, staring up at the ceiling, which showed not the night sky but something abstract. Soft colors shifting and blending like watercolors bleeding into each other. Peaceful, hypnotic. Hermione sat more carefully, pulling her knees up to her chest and wrapping her arms around them. For a long moment, none of them spoke. They just breathed, existed. Let the silence hold them. I keep thinking I should feel different, Ron said finally. Like surviving something this big should change you fundamentally, make you a different person. Maybe it does, Hermione said. Just not all at once. Maybe it's the kind of change that happens slowly, over time, until one day you look back and realize you're not who you were. Harry thought about that, about the boy who'd arrived at Hogwarts 7 years ago, wide-eyed and overwhelmed, about all the things that had happened since, friendship and danger and loss and love, and 1,000 small moments that had shaped him. Was he different now? Fundamentally altered? I feel tired, he admitted, all the way down to my bones. But also, I don't know, grateful that we're still here, that we get to be tired together instead of alone. Grateful, Ron repeated, testing the word. Yeah, that fits. They lapsed into silence again, but it was comfortable now. The kind of quiet that existed between people who'd been through things together, who didn't need to fill every moment with words. The fire crackled softly. Outside the room, Hogwarts creaked and settled with its familiar nighttime sounds, stone adjusting to temperature changes, portraits shifting in their frames, the distant hoot of an owl from the owlery. Do you think it will always hurt this much? Hermione asked, her voice small. Thinking about them, about Fred and Lupin and Tonks and everyone else. Harry considered that carefully. I think maybe it hurts less with time, but it never stops hurting entirely. My parents have been gone my whole life, and it still hurts when I think about them. But it's a different kind of hurt now, less sharp, more like an ache you learn to carry. That's not very comforting, Ron muttered, but without heat. No, Harry agreed, but it's true. And I think maybe that's more useful than comfort sometimes. Hermione nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful. After a moment, she pulled out her wand and conjured a small notebook, the same kind she used for schoolwork, with neat lines and sturdy binding. "What are you doing?" Ron asked. "Writing things down, memories, before I forget the details." Hermione's quill moved across the page in her precise handwriting. Fred's laugh, the way Lupin explained things with such patience, how Tonks could make her nose change shape to cheer people up. I don't want to lose those things. It was so very Hermione, organizing even grief, creating systems to hold memory safe. But Harry understood the impulse. There was something comforting about preservation, about making sure that what mattered wouldn't be lost to time. "That's good," he said. "You should do that." They sat for a while longer, Hermione writing, Ron and Harry watching the fire. Eventually, exhaustion began to creep in properly, the bone-deep tiredness that came after days of running on crisis and adrenaline. "We should sleep," Hermione said, closing her notebook. Actual sleep, in actual beds. The beds the room had provided looked impossibly inviting. Harry couldn't remember the last time he'd slept in something other than a conjured blanket on the great hall floor. He moved to the nearest one, not even bothering to change out of his robes, and sank into softness that felt like safety made tangible. Ron took the middle bed, and Hermione the third. For a moment they lay in silence, each processing the strangeness of horizontal rest, of darkness that felt peaceful rather than threatening. "Night," Ron mumbled. "Good night," Hermione replied. Harry closed his eyes, and for the first time in a week, fell immediately into sleep that wasn't haunted by battle echoes or grief-twisted dreams. The room of requirement held them safe. The castle stood watch, and somewhere in the deep magic woven into Hogwarts' foundations, protection worked tirelessly to ensure that those who'd survived could rest. Harry woke to pale morning light, filtering through a window he hadn't noticed the night before. For one beautiful, disorienting moment, he didn't remember where he was or why. Then memory returned, gently this time, without the sharp edge of panic. The 7th day after the battle. He sat up slowly, taking in the room which had shifted slightly overnight. The beds remained, but the space felt more organized, more permanent. A small table had appeared with a pitcher of water and cups. The fire had burned down to warm embers. Ron was still asleep, snoring softly with his mouth open and his red hair sticking up in impossible directions. Hermione's bed was empty, her blankets neatly straightened, and Harry could hear water running from what must be a bathroom the room had helpfully provided. She emerged a few minutes later, her hair damp and her face scrubbed clean. She looked more like herself than she had in days, still tired, still carrying grief, but somehow more settled. "Morning," she said quietly. "I thought we could have breakfast up here, away from everything." "That sounds perfect." They woke Ron gently, and the room provided breakfast as they settled around the small table. Nothing elaborate, just toast and eggs and tea, but it was warm and present and enough. "McGonagall will want to see us," Hermione said between bites. "Parents are starting to arrive to collect students. The ministry is sending people to do official assessments. Things are going to start moving again. Harry nodded. The vigil had been a kind of endpoint, a collective exhale. Now came the next part, returning to a world that still existed beyond Hogwarts walls, figuring out how to move forward when everything had changed. "What do you think we'll do?" Ron asked. After all this. It was a question Harry had been avoiding, but it sat there now, unavoidable. "I don't know," he admitted. "Everything I thought I'd do, everything I was planning for, it was all based on defeating Voldemort. Now that's done, and I don't know what comes next." "We could finish our education," Hermione suggested, though even she sounded uncertain. "Come back next year, take our any duties properly." "Or we could not," Ron said. "We could, I don't know, do something else, be something else." They sat with that possibility, with a strange freedom of futures unwritten. "I think," Harry said slowly, "I'd like to help rebuild. Not just Hogwarts, but everything, the wizarding world. Make it better than it was before. Make sure what we fought for actually means something." Hermione's eyes brightened. "That's good, Harry. That's really good." "And I think," Harry continued, "I'd like to do it here, at Hogwarts. This place, it's home. It protected us. It taught us. It gave us each other. I'd like to give something back." "Yeah," Ron agreed quietly. "Yeah, I'd like that too." They finished breakfast in thoughtful silence, then gathered themselves to face the day. The room of requirement released them gently, the door appearing exactly when they needed it, and they stepped out into corridors that felt different in morning light. The castle was busier than it had been. Harry could hear voices echoing from below. Parents arriving, students preparing to leave, the ministry officials McGonagall had mentioned. Life reasserting itself. They found McGonagall in her office, looking marginally more rested, but still carrying the weight of responsibility in every line of her face. She brightened slightly when they entered. "Ah, there you are. I was wondering when you three would surface." Her tone was gentle, almost fond. "How are you managing?" "We're okay, Professor," Hermione said, "considering." "Yes, considering." McGonagall gestured for them to sit. "I wanted to speak with you before things become too chaotic. Parents are collecting students today and tomorrow. The ministry will begin formal investigations next week. And there are decisions to be made about Hogwarts itself." She pulled out a document covered in official-looking stamps and signatures. "The ministry has offered to fund complete reconstruction, new wards, structural repairs, restoration of damaged areas. They're calling it a priority initiative for magical education." "That's good, isn't it?" Ron asked. "It's necessary," McGonagall corrected. "Whether it's good depends on what strings come attached." She set the document aside. "But that's a problem for another day. What I wanted to ask you three, and I want you to think carefully before answering, is whether you plan to return next year." Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione. They hadn't discussed it explicitly, but he suspected they'd all been thinking along similar lines. "Yes," he said firmly. "We want to come back. We want to finish properly." McGonagall's expression softened into something that might have been relief. "I'm very glad to hear that. Hogwarts needs its students, particularly students who understand what this castle means, what it's capable of, what it represents. You three have been instrumental these past days, more than you perhaps realize. We just did what needed doing," Hermione said. Precisely, which is exactly the kind of student Hogwarts needs. McGonagall stood, moving to the window. The castle has been teaching you all along, you know, not just in classrooms, but in corridors and common rooms and all the small spaces where magic and life intersect. It's been preparing you for exactly this, for rebuilding, for leading, for carrying forward what matters. Harry thought about the castle's protections, about house elves encouraging stone to remember its purpose, about magic that responded to love and care poured out over centuries. Professor, he said carefully, what you said about the castle teaching us, do you think it's conscious? Really conscious, I mean. Not just responding to enchantments, but actually aware. McGonagall was quiet for a long moment, looking out over the grounds where repairs were already beginning. I think, she said finally, that consciousness comes in many forms. Hogwarts isn't aware the way you or I are aware, but it knows things, it remembers, it cares in its own way for those who call it home. She turned back to them. And I think that's a kind of consciousness worth respecting. A knock at the door interrupted them. Professor Flitwick entered, looking excited despite the circumstances. Minerva, you'll want to see this. The foundations, all 4 of them, they're stabilizing. The magic is settling into new patterns, stronger than before the battle. It's as though... He paused, searching for words. It's as though Hogwarts is healing itself at a fundamental level. McGonagall's eyebrows rose. Show me. They descended together through the castle. McGonagall, Flitwick, Harry, Ron and Hermione, gathering others as they went. Neville and Luna joined them on the 3rd floor. Ginny appeared from the direction of Gryffindor Tower. Even George followed, drawn by curiosity, or perhaps just the need for distraction. They visited each foundation in turn. In the dungeons, Slytherin's basin glowed with steady green light, its channels flowing with magic that no longer pulsed erratically, but moved in smooth, purposeful currents. In the kitchens, Hufflepuff's hearth burned with warmth that felt permanent, established, no longer just emergency comfort, but enduring peace. Ravenclaw's conceptual space hummed with organized knowledge, information flowing in patterns that suggested not just recovery, but growth. And in Gryffindor's hidden forge, the fire burned clear and strong, the very air charged with courage that didn't demand battle, but simply offered strength. It's integrating, Hermione breathed, her wand out and casting diagnostic after diagnostic. All 4 systems working together, supporting each other. This is how Hogwarts was meant to function. United, Flitwick said with wonder. The houses united not just symbolically, but magically, the way the founders intended before they... He stopped. But everyone knew the history. Before they disagreed, before Slytherin had left, before divisions had formed that lasted 1,000 years. We did this, Luna said simply. Everyone turned to look at her. We sat together at the vigil. We cried together. We held each other up across house lines. The castle learned from us. It was such a Luna thing to say. Simultaneously strange and perfectly, simply true. Harry looked around at the group gathered in Gryffindor's forge. Gryffindors and Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs and even Slytherin students who'd stayed when they could have fled. All of them standing together, witnessing magic knit itself whole. So what happens now? Neville asked. McGonagall smiled, a real smile. Warm and genuine. Now we rebuild, properly, Together, we take what we've learned and we make Hogwarts better than it was before, stronger, more unified, a school that truly honors what the founders dreamed of. And we remember, George added quietly. It was the first time he'd spoken all day. We remember what it cost. We don't let their deaths be meaningless. No, McGonagall agreed. We don't. That evening, as the sun set on the 7th day after the battle, Harry found himself back at the window in Gryffindor Common Room. The grounds below were busy with departures, students being collected by tearful parents, trunks being loaded, owls hooting farewells. Tomorrow more would leave. Within a week, the castle would be nearly empty except for those staying to help with repairs. But Hogwarts itself looked different to Harry now. Not just damaged and recovering, but fundamentally changed, stronger, more whole. The castle had been wounded, had bled magic and stone, and the echoes of battle, but it had survived. More than survived, it had protected, had comforted, had shown everyone what it meant to be home. The candle on the windowsill, one of the endless candles the castle had been lighting, burned steadily. Beside it, the small memorial students had created remained. But someone had added something new. A tiny plant, just sprouting, pushing up through soil in a cup. New growth, new life, the promise of futures still to come. Ron and Hermione joined him at the window, the three of them looking out over Hogwarts as darkness fell. "We're going to be okay," Hermione said softly. "It doesn't feel like it yet, but we will be." "Yeah," Harry agreed. "We will." Because they had each other. They had this castle that had taught them everything that mattered. They had memories of those who'd fallen, and the responsibility to make their sacrifices mean something. And they had magic, not just the kind cast with wands, but the deeper kind, the kind that came from love and loyalty and the choice to stand together when darkness came. Hogwarts settled into night around them, its stones warm, its corridors safe, its magic working tirelessly to hold all who called it home. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. Next week would bring harder decisions. Next year would bring all the complicated work of rebuilding a world. But tonight, the castle stood, and that was enough.